Hello, hello. Got audio, got visual, got stuff. Now we just need people. Perfect. I think I got it. Looks fine. Yeah. Yep. All right. Well, we're just going to sit here, have a little cafe right quick. Mm-hmm. Oh, man. So, today was pretty good. Yesterday's pretty good. Man, yesterday was a fantastic day. Lawrence, my man. You start calling you old faithful, man. You're just always there. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Yeah. I hope you're doing well. A couple days ago, I had a appointment with a rheumatologist, and that was fine. Got labs drawn, got like 50 vials of blood filled to do all kinds of testing. Then we went to a Portland leather goods store. Apparently, that is a crazy wave of things happening and all kinds of leather goods and stuff like that. It's kind of crazy that it's got like such a good core community. Um, and then we found out yesterday that they were doing a different type of release, which again, not something that we knew about because I learned about this company not too long ago, like a few days ago at this point. And then we went to the store, waited for their opening because they have like special bags and special leather, well, mostly bags, clutches, purses, shaving bags. They do have some journals, uh, folios, things like that. All kinds of stuff that's made out of leather. And people try to get all the different types of leathers that they really like. They do. It seems like any type of leather you can imagine, they do it. So it's pretty neat. And yeah, we went and did some of that, and then we were able to talk to some of the people that were out there, a couple hours before it even started, which was kind of crazy. The only other time I'd seen that was REI Scratch and Dent, and then some of the pin shows, I guess. But the community seems, kind of on par actually with the fountain pen community as far as like the types of people, how nice they are, and things like that. So it's really quite nice when you find people with common interests, and they seem like good people to be around. So that's always a bonus. But I took my kids and my wife shopping yesterday. It was a fantastic time. We got some clothes, got some bags, got some all kinds of different stuff. I got some cologne. That stuff is potent too. Whew, that is some strong stuff. But yeah, um, there we go. But yes. Anyway, so I guess in a way we kind of took yesterday off, but I was out in the workshop with Abby until probably 7:30 or so, um, because we got started at like 4. But we left yesterday at like 8 a.m. and then we were gone for a good long while. So it was a whole family date, and it was a wonderful time. The other thing that I did recently I went with my dad actually to a AC/DC concert. Uh, it was a lot of fun. It was at the Carolina Panthers Stadium. the Bank of America Stadium where the Carolina Panthers play. And if you had to guess what you would imagine what the stage would look like for a concert at like a football stadium, how would you imagine that looking? I didn't know if it was going to be like everybody's in the seats all around, and then the stage is in the middle. But then I was like, no, that probably wouldn't be what they would do, because they would be facing one direction because they got speakers and everything facing a direction. And then I was thinking, what else would they do? So they put it on one side of like the oval, kind of oval shape. They put it on one side, and then they just block off the back sections. That stadium, I think, is 76,000 people, can hold 76,000 people. But then you take away that half, it's a little less than half, so probably about 40%, 30 to 40% is probably about how many seats they blocked off, and then everything else was there. The other really neat thing that I learned later was the opening band was called the Pretty Reckless, which is a woman singer band, and I looked her up, and it said that she was Cindy Lou from The Grinch, the one with Jim Carrey as the Grinch, and I didn't know that, and so for some reason it just kind of made it a little bit more, I guess, interesting in that kind of regard. But yeah, I thought the performance was pretty fun. We'll say that if you have been to an AC/DC concert, I think the lead guitarist's name is Atlas, or he goes by Atlas. But man, he just plays and plays and plays. I was not a fan of that. It just felt like it went on forever. At least that part is. Hey, how you doing? Rita, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Just kind of recapping. Have you heard of Portland Leather Goods, Rita? But anywho, it was a good time. It was a good time. It was far. It was probably, if I had to guess, I would guess there was probably around 40,000 people there, which is crazy to think about because you see that many people, and then you think about how big of a number like 1 million is. It's like, wow, that is a massive number, because we're not even at 100,000 people, and that stadium with all the seats filled can't even, well, I guess it could if you put them in the middle too, but it can't even have 100,000 people. It holds 76,000 people. And so you multiply that, loosely about by 15. 15 times that size would be 1 million. And then 1,000 of those is 1 billion. And the population is like 8 billion. So wrapping your head around the population is just so crazy to me. Oh man. Oh, you haven't heard of them? Hey, I haven't either. But apparently they are the bee's knees. And I will say that the community itself is similar to how the fountain pen world is. So we got to talk to some of them, some of the people, and Abby's in some of the Facebook groups. So it's really nice. Really nice group of people that really enjoyed talking to them. So, yeah. Let me see. It looks like it turned on the monetization ads thing. Manual save. Shouldn't be any more ads today. Alright. Anyway, sorry about that. I think that an ad popped up. That's not cool, man. If you're here on a live, you shouldn't get ads. At least in my opinion. But, anywho, I'm going to go put my mug, that isn't broken yet, because well, it's just, gravity happens, I suppose. But I did get another cord. So another internet cord should be better. It should be a lot less of an issue. Let's see. That's good to hear that you're doing well. Doing well, yes. You've heard of makers, Leather Supply, Tandy Leather, Springfield Leather, and Weaver Leathercraft. Cool. Well, sounds like you've heard quite a few. Am I going to get into leather working? No, probably not. I have thought about it, but I think if I were to do that, I would probably just learn enough to be able to like design a container, or alternatively, I could work with somebody that is a leather worker already, and then just have them make it for me, and just kind of tell them what I want to put in there. Because I do actually have a design in mind that is kind of, it would be kind of like a, it would probably look kind of like an engineer sort of kit thing, where it might have a ruler, a conversion ruler, a protractor, a notebook, obviously, a little pin slot, or multiple pin slots actually, or pencils. And that would, so I carry around a notebook all the time for when I have like ideas. I want to go ahead and write them down immediately. And then that's when I get to it. And then the other part of it is I rarely go back and look at it, unfortunately. So I'll probably just kind of go back and review my notes every once in a while. But yeah, I do have a little bit of leather working stuff, but it's mostly decorative type of things that I have at the moment, where you just got the little the texturing things that you can do on the leather surfaces where you're hammering with a little mallet. But no, I don't really have anything in mind that I'm going to do right now. I just think it'd be pretty entertaining to at least learn a little bit about it. But no, I don't have a big ambition of like getting into leather working like I am pin making. At least not yet. I don't want to rule anything out. He left you his leather tools? That's cool. That's pretty cool. Be interested to see what it was. But yeah, you inherited your dad's leather tools. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, the stamps. That's what I'm looking for. But yeah, let me switch views here. So golden honey is what this week's is called. Golden honey. So been working on these for a little bit already. if you didn't know, we did something a little unusual for us, and we did a pre-sale for one of the popular colorways that we did that Abby did recently, and we did a pre-order of those. So we're still chipping away. There. Of the cotton candy. I've got quite a few of them done. I'd say I'm a little over halfway. And then with the golden, golden honey, I'm pretty far as well. I'm halfway through the regulars, which the regular size takes the longest. And then been working on another set of e-painters. So that's what this whole box is. These are all set up for an e-painter or e-painters. So a little sneaky peek right here of what we got coming. Not exactly sure when, but in the near future. Again, I'm working on the stratified fountain pens. I think last stream I started working on the ebonite fountain pens, and then the stream just didn't want to cooperate, so I ended up cutting it short. But I did finish shaping these, well, trimming them down to the size that I am going to actually start shaping them. But all of them are going to be rounded, and then they're set up for Abby to do some of her magic on. So it's pretty busy. And then another thing that we've got going on is these here are all going to be nib holders. So these are nib holders, are going to be nib holders. And then I'm going to be doing some single-sided, like diamond painting pin tipped things that will be used for, like, what are they called? The rhinestone placers, or single-sided one placers, or you can take it out and then have it be a multi, double, triple. I don't remember all the different the number of the different placers, but you can obviously change any of them out. Boom. I think we're all caught up now. Let's see. But yes, everything is good, busy. Had fun shopping with the fam yesterday. Yep. It was a good time. Did some back to school shopping for the kids. Yeah. And interview for passion free. You refinished the Tiger Oak box. Oh, that's awesome, Lawrence. Yeah, if you, that'd be cool to see. If you maybe, we've chatted on Instagram, I believe, right? I think so. I think that's where we've talked before. Anywho, yeah, I reckon without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and get started on turning here. You can't have Abby catching up to me. But yeah, any questions, feel free to ask. Yeah. And then, Rita, were you able to get that tailstock out? Or the center thing out yet? And then have you been able to get any shop time? I'm going to turn on Morty, so. Gotcha. No worries, no problem. No problem at all. No problem at all. But that's really special. I'm glad that you've got that. I don't think Lawrence is in the Discord, Rita. Shoot, I don't even know if I'm in the Discord. It's really just supposed to be like an open line of communication, for the most part. I think I'm just going to end up setting it up to where maybe with the other stuff. Yeah. Trying to think of some other ways to do a live has been, I guess, one of the challenges that I've been thinking about. Because like it's fun to come and talk to people, and it's fun when people come and talk to me as well. And I'm just thinking, what can I do to actually make it even more worthwhile? And I think I mentioned it before, but doing like one project would be pretty nice. Just set it up, do a live, do one project, start to finish, and then that would be it. Yeah. Then the other thing I was thinking about is one of the things that I see people doing on YouTube at the moment is kind of repurposing or react videos, which I think that's a little bit silly and not all that useful. It's just a waste of time. But I was thinking about getting different clips of some other people's reels or videos, and then kind of relating that to what I would do with that type of information, or ways that I would implement ideas like that, or things along those lines. But it's tough. It's tough because I feel like a little bit of the creativity aspect of it is like but that is a content creator sort of thing, apparently, and I wouldn't exactly call myself a content creator necessarily, because I don't do it very consistently. Because I like to just go on live and chat with people and really just kind of talk about what it is I'm doing, or what I think you'd be interested in. Things like that. But, one of the things that comes to mind is like, for some reason, I have a block, I guess, of like doing a jet blade review. Like, it sounds, I guess it's kind of silly, but I've used the lathe for quite a long time, and then I don't know, it just kind of feels strange. But on the other hand, if you don't know what you're looking for, it can help get you to what you're looking for. And then the lives would just be a way to like ask questions if somewhere on the video something didn't make sense, or you thought of something else that was there too. I don't know. that's kind of the intent of it, or at least what I'm thinking about. You don't have this board, it costs you to get anything on your phone. Have YouTube Premium? Alright. Hey, that's nice. You probably logged some good mileage on your YouTube Premium. If I had to guess. Let's see. I'm trying to upload more to your YouTube channel, but mostly it's time and painting related. That's awesome. That's fantastic. I think that you should. Us YouTubers, we could put our heads together, come up with some other things too. Alright, there we go. Sorry about that. Thank you for telling me. Let's see. More how-to or review videos from you. In my mind, review videos is just me trying to sell you something. And that just feels weird. Yeah. But let's see, Eric, sorry about that. I missed your comment before. Can you do anything with all the shavings, maybe recast it in some clear acrylic and turn a new pin? That is a great question. And the answer is yes. So this is one of those exactly that you're talking about. One of the problems with it is you can't really use a kit because it's clear. Another one of the things that's kind of weird about it is that there's bubbles in some of the areas. Even if you do pressurize it, sometimes bubbles can get trapped under some of the noodles. I've got another one here that I've already turned around. It's a much darker, but both of these have noodles in them as well. So you can see it. Blind myself. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it very well, but I guess you just have to take the word for it. They're in there, at least until I turn it into something. But yeah, you absolutely can recast it, but you are setting yourself up for different potential avenues and outcomes, or different ways of needing to finish the project. But yes, this is a 4x2 block, 2x2, so it's about 2 inches tall by 2 inches wide by 4 inches long. And then we just packed it with a whole bunch of the noodles. The other thing with clear too, by the way, is the resin will over time, with exposure to light, it will start to yellow. So that's another one of those things where it could be not necessarily as good of an idea as you would initially think. But I also have a block that's got Wardite in it that we did. So not that. Not that. Where is that? That is. There it is. But we did it opaque. We did it more opaque, so anything on the surface you'll be able to see. So you can kind of see these little spots all in there. That's actually Fordite shavings. And then you can see some more of it at the top. Some of the Fordite pieces. So what I'll end up doing is cutting this into about three pieces, because it's about 3 inches long by 5. I'll cut it into 3 pieces, knock it round, and then see how it turns while I'm turning it round, and then from there decide if I'm going to try and make a fountain pen out of it, or if I'm going to turn it into something else. So, yeah. So it's a good question, Eric. That is some of the things that we have tried, we've done. Abby also has a pen inside that's all done with that feature. Abby, will you get your fountain pen that's like clear with noodles in it? Thank you. Let's see. Tim Costello at Leopard Leather Works. Yeah, he's been here before. I think he's adapted some of the techniques that I've shared on some of my videos, and he's doing a good job. He's doing a good job. So this is a pen that was made with the translucent or the transparent, and you can see like the noodles inside. I think you can also tell that it's not as appealing as you might think when it happens. So for me to make this particular pen better, what I would need to do is actually sand and polish the inside of it. But it's really unlikely I'm going to do that, but this is what it would look like if I did. So I've got a spot right here. There we go. Okay, So this is just some mineral oil, but yeah, you can kind of wipe it and see what it would look like if it was like transparent. Focus you. But it's not as appealing as you might think um, in practice. But again, because this is hollow, it could make a difference if it was a much thicker thing or something like that. But as of now, it is not. That's not the case. Let's see. You've been sharing. Hey, thank you, Lawrence. Very cool. Thanks for taking the time to reply. Of course, of course. That's what it's for. Love your turn in the wife residence. Hey, appreciate that too. I know you really master the pin of the 6 with premium above the normal price that fits a number 8 or some number 9. Really, all I would need to do is I need to have them for one, and then have a little bit of time to deconstruct some of the different aspects of that particular nib, like to see if the threads, does it need like a friction fit, does it have a threaded fit, things like that. Yeah, I have to see what the nib housing, the nib measurements are. But basically, I can build a pin around anything, because essentially, if you boil it down, we're just making handles, right? We're just making handles that hold the ink that you're trying to write with. I mean, it's a very oversimplification of it, but that is essentially what it is. So all I'd need to do is really figure out what the threads were and that type of stuff. But I have thread finders, and then I also know some machinists that can help me get those things made if I was to make something like that. But how expensive is that particular pen that you're talking about? Because, excuse me, I could just look it up, but just wondering if you know off the top of your head. But there's not really, I don't really have a price over that type of thing, because it hasn't been something that I've been asked to do, really. So I haven't really fired a lot of brain cells on it. Alrighty, Rita, good to see you too. Is there an address on your site to send some stuff? What are you trying to send, Eric? But yeah, I do have a P.O. box. Links on the bottom alley for about 215. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. I've built pins around Parker refills. I've built pins around Fisher Space Pen refills. And then as far as fountain pins go, I've done the parallel pin. I've done the drill log nib holder pins. Let's see. I've done the little friction fit that you can fit the Kakamori tips into. I've actually got some Junior Gentleman kit sections that are metal that I've kind of reimagined, I guess. Those fit a JOWO number 6. But yeah, it really just comes down to having it and then spending a little bit of time to kind of come up with a design, and then some of the specifics, like is the thread for the housing, how does that fit into the pin, or is it a friction fit, stuff like that. But yes, I can do it. It just kind of depends. I know it's kind of a non-answer, I suppose, but some projects I just take on because I think that they'd be interesting or fun to do. And I can make a Bach nib or a Bach fountain pen as well. I just don't, because I'd have to stock the Bach nibs and the JOWO nibs, and I like the JOWO nibs a little bit more. And I've talked to a nib tuner actually about this, and one of the things that they said between Bach and Yovo or JOWO is that the nib out of the box, right? You get it and it just writes. As far as that goes, without any tuning or modifications, JOWO typically has a better out of the box type of feel and stuff like that. But the nib tuner also mentioned that Bach is better after it gets its tuning. And the tuning just consists of like smoothing out the nib, where they cut the slit for the nib. You want to run that over some fine sandpaper. Definitely don't do it on an expensive pen if you've never done it before. But yeah, it's pretty straightforward as far as like smoothing the surface. You just have to imagine what area of contact it is, and then that's really the main part that the nib meisters are adjusting. If you look at the nibs up close, or even under a magnifying glass or some other zooming feature like the phone. But yeah, it's really about how you hold it, and then the type of grind that you want. And you can make it so you can hold it like straight up and down, and then you can also make it to where you're holding it. So some people, they kind of have a hook when they write. They write kind of like this, whether they're right or left-handed, but they have kind of a hook writing style. And the nib, you'd want it to be smooth on the paper, and depending on which orientation that you write. So there's a whole crazy amount of nuance. I don't know if nuance is the right word, but there's a lot more information to know. And I think once you start learning a little bit about it, you start learning that there's so much more to know than you originally thought. And that's what kind of gets me excited about pens in general, is like you see me turning these, but the design that I had in mind when I first made them was different types of people holding them certain ways. So for this one, somebody holds the diamond painting pen, pretty much straight up and down, unless they use an angled placing, which is not as common. So when I was working on like the ergonomic component of the design, just wanted to make sure that it was comfortable for the types of people that would hold it certain ways. And some people would just make the square peg fit into the round hole, meaning that it might not be the right one, but they like the way it looks and they'll use it anyway. So that's also a thing. But yeah, do you guess that was a lot of rambling for that, huh? But that's what I do, boys. Let's see. Comes to $50. It comes in the 930, which is a huge piston filler. Converter. Yeah, if I was doing especially a new one, a new type of pin like that, I would probably not make it eyedropper. I don't usually make pins eyedropper, even though the threads that I use or that I make on the pins are usually, at least from the section to the barrel, those connections are always good. The cap to barrel is a different story, so it shouldn't leak, right? But it could, I suppose, and that's just not something that I want to happen to anybody. So I don't really say that it can be eyedropper, even if it could be. So converters are just a safer thing. And if you wanted to see if your pin would be able to do it, all you'd really do is like fill it with some water with some dye in it, and then hang it upside down and see if it drips anything. But there's other variables that you need to consider too, like temperature and pressure. So I know people travel quite a bit, and if you have air inside of a chamber, and the air, and you go up in altitude, the air is going to expand, and what it does is it displaces the liquid inside, and that liquid is going to take the path of least resistance, which is the same way that you write. So it's just going to come out the nib, out the nib through the feed, and then it can start doing that. So a consideration, rabbit hole, I would say, that I've been down. Holds 2 milliliters. I heard that that's because the box steel is a little softer. It might be. It might be. I'm not. Again, I'm not entirely sure why. I didn't continue asking about that in particular. I was just wondering what their preferred was, and it's like they're both about the same, except for when you consider those other factors as far as like out of the box, or are you going to get it tuned or whatever. But fountain pens, man, I think about them a lot. I think about pens in general a lot, which is, I don't know, kind of weird. If I met me and I didn't know me, I would think that that's a little weird, but it is what it is. It's also kind of funny when I go, like, get my hair cut. They're like, well, what do you got planned for the rest of your day? I'm like, I'm going to work. Oh, what kind of work do you do? I turn pens. Like, pens? Yes. Like writing pens. Oh, that's cool. How do you turn them on the lathe? What's a lathe? Oh, Lord. It'd be easier for me to just show you a video or something. But yeah. Let's see, sorry, now vertical, so okay. Yeah, if it was a piston filler, I would have to be able to get that component out, or it wouldn't be a a piston anymore. It would be just for converter. Which I will say, I haven't met many people that minded that. In fact, a lot of people prefer converters because pistons, when you have more complexity in the pin itself, it means that more things can go wrong, as with anything. But yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna need to take a look at that. So let me actually write it down. Let's see which one you were trying to do. Wing sum. Let me write that down. Wing sum. Sum. And hey, Abby. Abby. She's over there doing her thing too. Hey, where's our physical address? Where's our physical PO box address? Yeah, but where? Do we have it anywhere, like on social medias? Yeah. Okay. But yeah. What? I do have an email and a link tree, but I don't think I've got the PO box on there. But if we did have a project, I'd just send you the PO box, and we would talk a little bit off screen. They do have the ability to make a, well, I'll show you. So this is a M13. This is an M13. This is an M15. So the diameter of the threads from the cap to barrel is 2 millimeters larger. And what that means functionally is that you can make the section a little thicker. So the section would be about 14 millimeter versus the other one that's 12 millimeters. So some people like a thicker grip and or a bigger pin, and that is a way to accomplish that. But are you planning on going to any of the pin shows, Eric? Coming up? We will be at the Orlando Pin Show. We'll be at the DC Pin Show and the California Pin Show. But the pins that I'm working on right now aren't actually for, they won't be there. It's a different thing. We got any horror movie fans? We watched that movie Obsession, and it was pretty good. It was pretty good. And then, you know, this is before I knew that they only spent $750,000 on the whole movie. That was their budget and stuff. So, really cool. Oh, right on. You're in Dallas volunteering. Oh, cool. At this year's. So the Dallas Pen Show. That's Jim Hines' home show, I believe. Yes. How old are your kids? Ours are 11 and 13, and they'll be coming with us to two of the shows this year. We try to make a little family vacation out of the Florida one, where we'll do a couple days at Disney, and then it's the perfect time as well for us to go to Halloween Horror Nights, which is a Universal thing, like a Universal Studios thing. And that's such a good time. That's cool. If you're able to volunteer, you probably are a part of some of the other pin communities, like the Dallas Pin Club, I would imagine. But the DC show is really big. It's really big. But it's a lot of fun. The people are great. And it's also international. DC is there's a massive variety of countries that are, I guess, represented there. One of the people that we sat near was from Australia. Another one that I had talked to was from India, or a couple of them actually were from India. You've got Japan. Japan also has their own pin shows. You got some European countries that are also there. And these are like a combination of makers as well as like bigger companies that sell pretty significant volume. So it's pretty cool when you can like put a face to the names and see the work and all those things like together. And are you subscribed to Pin World magazine, or have you heard of that before? Pin World magazine. Pins probably are popular in at least nearby, I would say. Maybe within a state or so. Because there's a lot of people that just like getting together and showing off their recent acquisitions and different types of nibs that they found, like vintage as well as modern. There's some really cool companies that are working on different types of nibs. Let's see. I think it's Eureka. That has a new kind of fountain pen nib that's like in the shape of a teardrop upside down. It's pretty cool. You'd love to see the DC and San Fran shows. You're not. How far is San Fran from where you are? I know that those are Texas and California are big states. So I wonder how far away they are. Oh, about to join the calligraphy guild. Do you have very nice handwriting? It's okay, you can be honest. Don't tell me no and then it looks incredible. My handwriting is probably not what you would expect from a someone that makes pens. You've looked and looked for turning clubs and the closest is 4 hours away. I mean, there is a difference in turning clubs and pin clubs. Those people are not the same. Yeah, those people are different. I mean, some people that like pins also enjoy watching turning sometimes, but they don't necessarily turn as well. And that's a part of why I do my lives, is so people can see that this is what I'm doing, and this is how they get made. They get made one at a time, and they have a process that they go through. Texas is 5 hours away. So the one in Texas is 5 hours away. It could be a fun little vacay, right? Oh my goodness. 26-hour drive from Dallas. Wow. I drove from New Mexico to North Carolina when I left the military, and that was a 3-day trip with all of our stuff in a U-Haul. But man, it's crazy to think that those states are as, like, they look as close as they are, but they're that far away. Wow. That always throws me off. Like the sheer size of the United States. Anybody pay attention to the World Cup stuff? How the Europeans experienced America? That was a lot of fun watching some of those clips. Not great for the everyday person. 6 out of 7 for handwriting nerds. Hey, I like it. I like it. It's good. it takes a lot of time and patience if you want to get like exceptional at things like that. I sometimes wish my handwriting was a little nicer, but that's all that is a wish, because I haven't really spent a great deal of time trying to improve. But I guess the other part of it is I don't really know how, in some ways, how you go about practicing getting better. Because it's kind of like running in my mind, where sure, you know how to write cursive, and comparatively you know how to run, but it's when you try to do something that's, I guess, above average level of it, then that's when the focus practice has to come in, and you have to have different like techniques and things like that you're working on that will translate into your writing. So I think that's about the area where I would want or need to start to improve. It's like a focused learning type of thing. Is it texting the idea of living in one state and working in another? State gets smaller as you go east. So have an idea. Yes, you're right about that, Eric. It's drastically different. When I went into the Air Force, I went to Lackland Air Force Base, which is in San Antonio. And that's where my training began. And then all the different schools that I went to Florida, I went to Spokane, Washington, went to Georgia, went to Yuma Proving Grounds, Arizona. Never heard of that place. But it is way out there where there's nothing. Yeah, okay. Life stage, but yeah. Abby's kind of been my example of someone I want to be a little bit more like, my wife Abby, where she writes in her planner every day, and it's just kind of a recap of what your day was like, what you did, stuff like that. Yeah. It starts to look like you need some mental assistance. Oh man, there's the amount of stickers and washi tape and all kinds of other things that people do too is really impressive. Very imaginative on how some of the planners I've seen people have is set up. Mine's just like grid paper, and I just write every other line. And then I'll draw some things here and there, but it does not look as neat or tidy as some of these other people that are really, really impressive with, like, when some of these people visualize something, they can bring it to life in such a way that's just really impressive. And I mean, that's just stationary that I'm talking about, which is kind of crazy. But thinking about the ergonomics of this one, by the way, this one has a pretty big gap. It's supposed to rest on your hand here. This one is really for someone who's going to hold it like this. This is about how far the tip sticks out. And then it would be them being able to basically grab the drills that they're going to place on the canvas. And it has to be held straight up and down. You can use a pinch grip. You can have your thumb way over. With this one, you can also have it a different type of between your finger pinch grip, but it's a little offset. So you'd want maybe like a 45-degree tip that you're going to use. Retraining your muscles to move correctly. Yes. Oh man, yes. And it's so interesting that you mentioned that, because you're right. Like I think about it as close to something that I can relate to is like turning on the lathe here. It's like, yeah, you just hold the tool like this and you go across. You can even tilt it, do this and that. But when I try to get somebody else to do that, it doesn't usually go how it's supposed to, which is okay, right? Because again, you got to build the muscle memory. You have to kind of read the cuts and read the lines that you're writing, spatial awareness, all that stuff. Used to live there in the Punk Drive. Nothing getting to South Central. Let's see, in Texas, there's a lot of, if I recall correctly, there's a lot of, there's fields with the big fans that are trying to generate energy and power and stuff. They're giant windmill things. If it has some superhero blinks like Green Lantern, Superman. Are you good, Lawrence? You good? Is there a form or blank you use to make it submit left to right, or do you eyeball it? Great question. You just got all kinds of good questions today. Thank you for asking. Well, this is the shape that I'm about to do is one of the hardest. So it's the simplest shape, but it's actually kind of complicated to turn because of the symmetry aspect of it. But what I do is you've probably seen it a couple times, but what I do is I just mark it in the middle. So I start with the middle mark, and then I go outward, and so this becomes my new excuse me. This becomes my new like reference mark to this middle. So it's easier to see the middle of something like this. So I guess we can even see. I'll show you. I've done it so many times that my mark is probably going to be in the middle. So I guess eyeballing that. Where's my ruler? Here's one. And a different one now. I just had it. I'm messing with it before. Anyway, so my center mark here is about 2, and then it's in between the 2 or the half and the 3/4. And then when I come over here, I put it on the half and 3/4. So right there, my mark is centered. I don't know if you'll be able to see that. Where's the ruler? Oh, there it is. Here we go. Okay, so we can, here's just a regular 6-inch ruler. And then if I put it on the 3, which is the middle of it, you can see that there is just over the half mark on that side, and then just over the half mark on this side. So I'm actually probably 1 millimeter off from being centered. Yep. I think I'm 1 millimeter off from being centered here. Let's see, so that is, so 130, we'll say 132, so 132 divided by 2, about 66? Yeah, 66, and I am 1 millimeter off. I don't know if you'll be able to see that, but I'm 1 millimeter off, favoring the right. But I've turned over 15,000 of these, and this is how I've just always set it up, to where I start in the middle and then I work my way to the outside. The other reason I do it this particular way, if you're wondering, I start with the middle because that is the most likely area to give me problems as far as like the blank the holes only go to about right here inside this pen. They only go to about right here, about a 1/2 inch inside. And then when you put pressure on it like this, on the outsides, and then you make the material thinner and thinner, it can cause it to kind of bow. So that's why you don't want the tailstock too tight. But on the other hand, I also start in the middle. You see where I've done like the rings and stuff. I do those in the middle because it's going to be the most rigid and the most sturdy on the outer parts, and it's going to be the weakest in the middle. So that's why I usually start there, to give it the most likely chance of success and durability while I'm turning it. But to answer your question, I usually eyeball it, but I didn't start like that. I started by measuring it every time. And it would be nice to have a template stick, but one of the problems is these are all so very slightly different in length because of how they're drilled, that they end up, they're all within a 1/4 inch of each other or so, for the most part, for overall length. But yeah, I just kind of work my way back and forth. And it's actually, for me, it's kind of funny because I think it's for other turners as well, is working on the left side, working on trying to get it right is harder, especially if you're right-handed. Like starting on the right side here and doing that side is a little easier than trying to make it look correct on the left side. Because I've got some that I had to learn how to do that correctly and symmetrically. But they're going to be varying, most likely. And then that center line is still right here. So I'm just working it to get the center line to be the highest point of my little bump I'm doing in the middle. And then I will trim off that line. But yeah, that is how I do that part. don't even realize how many little techniques. That's true. That's true. That's a really good point. There's so many little things that I probably do that I don't even think about doing. And it won't really come to my mind until I'm watching somebody else turn. Yeah, that's about symmetrical. There's always that little bit of illusion where if something is much skinnier than another thing, so like here, it might look like this side's longer than this side, but that doesn't necessarily mean it is. It's just because of the whole thickness, and it kind of deceives your eyes by making it look longer when it's skinny versus thick. If that makes sense. But I could also be off. Pitworks, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you. These are golden honey. Golden honey blanks. To the other point of, doing left to right versus right to left. Another one of the funny things is some people, they'll get one side right, and then they'll take the whole thing and then flip it around. That way they can just do it right and then flip it around, do the right again, or vice versa. Kind of funny, but I was determined to not need to do that. So, just like, what do I have to do? And then the reality of it is at the end of the day, you just have to do it over and over and over again. And I've been turning diamond painting pens and fountain pens for about 6 years now. I guess approaching 7 years now. I do like the slight imperfection of it. And then I also have little reference things that I do too. For example, the width of this pencil is about 1/2 inch, and I don't necessarily use that as my measurement, but I use it as a reference because this is about 1 inch total, so both of these things collected or work together is about 1 inch. And then other things, it's like you have different starting points of what you know already, and then you just kind of build on top of those things. Yeah. So this one, and then here's another one that is, here's another one that is finished. So the top one's finished, the bottom one is, jeez, I'm gonna take some Claritin. The top one's finished, the bottom one is not. And so the profile, the girth itself is probably a little bit different, but it's on par with the diameter of a Sharpie as far as the narrowest point, which is about 1/2 inch as well. But, critiquing my own stuff here, I can tell that this bump is a little narrower, but the reason that's the case is because I had to turn this blank down just a little bit further before I started actually shaping it. And that's because it got drilled slightly offset, but between centers it resolves that. And this is essentially between centers. Yeah, those are great questions, Eric. I'm gonna go take a Claritin, so hopefully I'm not sniffing the whole time. See if I can get Abby over here for a second. You come over here for a second? Eric, also, might be pretty beneficial. Abby might have a better answer or response than I would. She's the one that does all the logistics of that type of stuff when it comes to making things and stuff like that. So she'd be a great person to ask. I'm gonna go take a Claritin and drink some water right quick. So I will be right back. I will leave you in some.
Oh, you're gonna read it to me?
Lawrence, for making a fountain pen, my blanks usually start at about 8.5 inches. So I'd say 8.5 to 9 inches. But you will have some pieces that you're cutting off, and that's to give you, I guess, overall, after you cut all the pieces off, you end up with like about an inch that you didn't actually use, but you needed that for the support. So about 8 or 9 inches is how long of a blank that you would need. But each individual part, you can do it differently. So like the cap, you can start with like 3 inches or 2.5, about 2.5 inches. And then the barrel, you can do 3.5 inches. And then the section, you do about 1.5 inches. And then you can convert that to millimeters if you want. But that's about it.
I thought you were going to read things to me. You said that someone has questions for me?
Oh, no,
Hi,
Eric. Talking to Eric, he's going to be one of the volunteers at the Dallas show, which is pretty cool. Dallas Pin Show.
I know, but I think that's right after.
Oh, I'm not saying we should go.
Okay, I was going to say, like, the timing of that one is. Whew. Oh, well, cool. Talking about mailing y'all a nib unit and converter to test for a bespoke fountain pen. John's definitely the right person to do that if you would like to see this, if it works. He's really good at figuring out what the threading and building something around something like that. I don't know if we'll have the specific taps and dies for it, but he'll be able to figure out what we would need. We do have a PO box, or it's a private mailbox. If you want to send me or John an email, it's either abby@maverickpens.com or john@maverickpens.com. Either will work. To be honest, I get both emails, and then I tell him when he gets an email. So both are oversized, number 9. Ooh, big. Cool. I've only ever seen an 8 nib, like at the biggest, but that's crazy. That's crazy. That's huge. But yeah, probably. I probably can figure it out. It might take a little while, depending. It's a lot right now. We're preparing for our show season. So we've got DC in like 3 weeks. And then a few weeks after that, I have San Francisco. And then like a week after that is Orlando. And that's like our whole busy season. And then obviously we're doing like the diamond painting pens on top of that. And I have recently had a lot of medical issues. So it's been pretty difficult getting stuff done. I've heard 8.5 to 9 inch blanks, but longer is better. That way you can match the pattern closer. The typical bespoke rod mold that I use is about 9 inches. There's usually a little bit of shrinkage with the resin, and it depends on the type of resin. We use Alumilite Clear Slow, as well as the temperature, but they do typically end up a little over 8.5, closer to 9. But that is with kind of like the ridge. As far as matching the pattern, it kind of depends on the way that you build out a fountain pen. John moved all of the blanks that were over here that were fountain pen blanks. But let me see if I can grab one real quick. Oh, there, that's going to be a better example. Okay. So the way that he does it, to make it so that it, like, the pattern lines up, like you're talking about. So this is a standard out of a 9-inch mold, about 8.5 plus inch blank, and he does the section using the top part, and you could do this either way, and then does the cap and the body, so that the cap and the body are what lines up when the pen's closed. I mean, longer blanks would give you more material, but as far as like matching up, I think it's more of like how you cut the blank up, but he can answer that more specifically. But from what I've seen, that's kind of more how it works than needing more. Now, there are makers, the ones that are asking for 12-inch to 3-foot rods or more. A lot of times the reason that they're doing that is because they're using a CNC, a big, giant, automated milling machine, and it works better when there's longer blanks to use. I know that they can use these as well, but that's what they prefer. So that could be why some people are trying to get longer blanks. Like big companies, they use machines like that, but a lot of the other small makers, there are only like a handful now that turn the way that John does, as far as like everything being done like hand tooled versus programming it into a machine and having a machine do it. So that's kind of the part of the thing there.
Oh, you found one that I marked too.
Yeah, they used to be a whole bucket of them, but you moved them. But yeah.
I gave them to you. Just put them somewhere else.
Yeah, I know. They're over there. But he's back now, so.
But yeah, I don't know how to get the address.
I told him to email me.
Oh.
And then I'll send him the address from there. I told him he could email either our emails, and I get the emails, so.
He asked about the noodles too.
That is not even Alumilite. I'm pretty
sure. This is so.
I don't think
it
so. Are you sure it wasn't when we were testing the
Positive.
Oh, you're right, because it doesn't stink. We tested the thermoset resin, and it's disgusting. It's gross, gross, gross. Doesn't set right, smells terrible, and when it smells that bad when you're doing stuff with it, you know that it's letting off like major VOCs. Although I have gotten a lot better, or have to be a lot better, about wearing a VOC respirator when I'm doing resin stuff. I've been doing that now, because anyways, but this is really cool.
It is cool. I don't know what it's going to be, but it'll be something.
Cool is what it'll be.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to be back to sanding. I'm leaving in like 30 minutes for an appointment.
Oh, all right.
And then I'll be back, and I'll have to sand more because we have a lot.
Alrighty.
Those are the rest of the rags.
Yes.
All of them.
Yep. 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 But yeah, 8.5 to 9. That's typically what the also what the mold is. Like.
Actually, the mold says 8.5. It doesn't say 9, but I think it's bigger than that. I think it ends up at 8.5.
Yeah. So, this is. Oh,
I'm sorry.
This is the size of it, of the mold that we use, and it is overall 9 inches. The mold's a little over 9 inches. So the cavity is 8.5. Your pin isn't supposed to leach into your... Yeah. That's absolutely right. Yes. But yeah. So I use 2 5-inch blanks as well. Let me switch cam views here. Right. Now we're back at that. Cool. So this will end up being, I can get 2 caps from this and 1 barrel from this in a section. So it will take 2 blanks to do 1 pin if I do them like this. And for ones that are like this, it doesn't really need to line up, because even if it did line up, it wouldn't look like it's lined up anyways. And the other thing too about it is it only lines up once correctly. It only lines up correctly once, I mean. So this one, this is actually 1 blank that lines up like this. But you have to consider the shoulder part for the threads, and that's going to make it a little bit off as well from the pattern. So this is about how it would be sitting, but you have to factor in the threading part too. But like I was saying, it'll only match up once. You have a 33% chance to get it right. So let's say that this is the mark, and then I'll go back, and then it'll catch the next thread, and then it won't line up anymore. It'll be over here, and then the next time it's over here, so it'll be over there next time I do it. See, now it's over there, and then this next time it'll line back up. So now we're back to where we started. And the reason that is because it's a triple lead. When you have triple start threads, there's three starting points for the threads to engage. And then it also means that it takes 1/3 of the rotations to travel that length. Alternatively, you can use a single start. Let's see, I've got one in here. There we are. So this one, I actually marked on this one because I was just demonstrating that. This one is a single start, which means that no matter what, it will always line back up. But you can see the difference in the threads. There we go. So you can see the difference of the size of threads. This one's obviously much bigger. And I used a 1/2 inch and a 3/8 inch on this pin. And then this is actually M12 by 0.8 triple lead. And this is a single. So that's just a couple differences. And then these section threads, this is a M9 by 0.75 single start. And then this is 3/8 by 24, I believe, single start. So as far as the section to barrel goes, those will be the same. But as for the cap, it'll take, so I guess we'll start here. We'll start with the finial. Do 1 3/4. So about 1 3/4 rotations. And this, when we start, it's gonna take, we'll start on the line here. Okay, what about this thread? There we go. So it'll take 1, 2, 3, 4 3/4. So 4 3/4 versus the 2 1/4, and the tenon size is a little bit different, so that probably contributes to the overall, but it's significantly more. But yeah, those are just little things that go into the whole design of pins that you're making. And then it has been asked if you can, you know, just thread it and do everything normally and then make it line up a little afterwards. And the answer is yes, sort of. Because what you'd end up having to do is kind of shaving this back a little bit, or shaving these threads back a little bit. That way it would make it so the blank lines back up every time. And if you're going for a specific design, it would be easier to start with a single. That way it always closes at the same. So design-wise, you can use either one. People like the triple lead, triple start. And then other people, when they're doing a specific type of thing, they may use a single start. That way it lines up the same way every time. But yeah. And there's also quad starts and quintuple starts. I don't know if it goes higher than 5. But there's also a double. There's also a double start. So as far as I know, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's see. The taps also look very different. Yeah, the taps look very different. Do I have... Well, it's not a tap, but it'll work for this purpose here. But you can see, so this is a tap that I use to thread the inside of the cap. And then this is actually a thread finder. But you can see the threads are very different. When you see it up close, these threads are very small. These are quite small, and these are quite a bit deeper. This is a single, and this is a triple start. But yeah, pretty neat. That there's that, I guess that variety, amount of different types of things that you can do that are choices that pin makers go for. The other reason you might see single start is because people haven't invested the money into getting a triple start yet, which is understandable because the tap and die set for a triple lead is, I think it's about $300. It's somewhere around there. It could be $250. I think as low as $250 for a set. But yeah, it's pretty expensive, but it lasts a long time. And I just have multiple of those. Like I have, that's the one that I do the initial threading with. And then if I needed to go back, I actually have another one, another tap and die that's set up to do minor adjustments if I need to, or clean up the threads a little bit. So that's all that this one's been used for. So It doesn't get used every time, but they're both triple lead. This is a die, this is a tap, if you didn't know already. But yeah, little things like that really make a difference in how your pen opens and closes. And yep. Too many turns. Thanks for the triple starts. Yeah, of course, of course. I have seen some cool designs that ones that are faceted, like it has, you know, multiple flat surfaces on the pen. You want that to line up every time to where it's not offset. That would be a good use case, I would say, for a single start. That way it closes the same every time. But you can reduce the tenon size to make it have to rotate less as well. So those are a couple different things that you can do to modify your design to fit what it is that you're going for. James, how you doing? Good to see you. And then another one that we'll be showcasing probably. I've been sitting on this for a long time. But parallel pen. Stepping out, but maybe back. Hey, right on. Appreciate you hanging out, Eric. Good chatting with you. Have a good day. James, how's it going? When you have little inclusions in the blanks, I think that so there's like foil as well as glitter in these blanks, and so that I think dulls my tool faster here. But I can usually get about 50 or so per side of the round carbide. So I just rotated it 180. So the bottom part here was what I was using before. Now I'm using the top. There will be a little bit of overlap. That won't likely be an issue. How's production going, James? Something that's kind of funny is that we had another set of friends while I was in the military. They were a couple. Their names were James and April as well. And I just thought it was really kind of funny. Because immediately I didn't realize it, so I thought about it for a sec. It's like, you know what, Abby? It's really funny that this is the case. Trying to get ready for DC, I hear ya. Trying to get ready for DC. Oh man. That's like in 3.5 weeks, 4 weeks, something like that now. I think. Yeah, I gotta crank these out. Shoot, I got a lot. I gotta crank these out. Crank these out. These out. The rest of these out, and then I can start working on fountain pens again. Oh yeah, and these. So there's these, and it is 3 deep. So lots of turning. And then we do have our DC show pin blanks that we're going to be using. And I did make up one of the pins already. I need to trim it down a little bit more, but it's pretty much done, except needs sanding and polishing. And then it needs the flail. Either you have thoughts on preparing to go to a show as a pin maker. I assume by pin maker you mean as a vendor, like a vendor that you made the pins and stuff. Is that what you mean, Pinworks? And of course I've got thoughts. Either way. As a vendor, yeah. So when we started preparing for our first show, we didn't know really anything about the show itself. But some things that I would think about if I were to start over is like somebody that's walking up to your table, what type of thing do you want to show? Obviously you want to show your work, that way you can have people engage in conversation and handle whatever it is that you want them to handle. Like if you want them to write with your pens to feel what they're like, or things like that. So I would imagine it as like or on a table, what you want the display to look like. And for us, we knew that we wanted like a good amount of inventory available, but we also wanted enough space for it to not feel cluttered. And so that's just something that you kind of have to, you pretty much just need to figure out on your own how you're going to set it up. But there's a lot of good like references out there. There's some people that do like craft fairs and craft shows and stuff like that. And then there's also other things of pin shows that you can easily see. If I went, let's just do that right quick. Let me finish this one. Brian, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you, sir. I've got like 200 diamond painting pins to do before I can start working on fountain pens, and then I've got like 50 fountain pens to make before I can start working on those parallel pins. And then on top of the parallel pins, working on other designs as well. Other little things. But sometimes I'll get sidetracked, as you know. Let's see. I will pull it up on Instagram, actually. Let me see. Turn that off for a moment. You go to Instagram. Jeez, what am I looking at here? Get out of here. I'm logged out. Just a moment. Check your notifications on another device. Alright, I guess we're just going to do it differently here. June, May, April. We need to go to September here. There we go, September. I just want to. There we go. Okay, so there's a picture. Oh, sorry. There we go. So there's a picture of our table right there. We covered up the table with a black tablecloth. It's a really big one. And then we have a table runner that goes across the middle. And this is actually two tables side by side. And then this is where the pins are. And then for our fancier pins, we kind of elevate them a little bit. And then for our pencils, we had them actually in a cup right there. But we have little buttons and stickers. And then this is where we have the our other pins. And then we have a tester all the way over here that you can see. That's one of the tester pins. Let's see, Abby and I, we both have a stratified shirt that we wear. And then I have blanks here. And the reason we even have blanks there is to show that that's kind of where we start. And I think it's important for somebody, like people that come up to your table, they don't necessarily understand that you started with this and got to there. They don't usually know that. They don't just know those things. A lot of people are surprised when we say that we made them. Let's see. This will go to the 2020. See if I can find some more pictures here. The pictures that we take usually just get put on Instagram, but I'm logged out for some reason. So Abby went to another show, and if you don't know, this is Jonathan Brooks, Carolina Pin Company. So that's Jonathan Brooks, one of the probably one of the more well-known blank makers and pin makers out there. And he's a real nice guy. And then there's Abby, and so Jonathan Brooks. There's a whole story to how his display, or why his display is like that. and then Abby was only using a very small portion of the table, and so this right here is actually what she was using. She brought, I think, like 60 pins, but they all fit in there. And then we just had our little section, or she had her little section, because I think that was in California, San Francisco. So, it was San Francisco, Cali. So pretty cool. What else? But yeah, I think about it in a way that's like, you don't, here we go. This is what I was looking for. Okay. So this is actually a DC show. So again, the tablecloth, and then we have our little banner, and then the blanks that we like to have are right there. And then for our stratified, we have that little block that we have, and then we have pin sleeves that we got made. So that's the block that the stratified were made out of. These are the pastel prisms that we made. Yeah, and then over here are just a variety of different ones that we made and prepped for the show, and then stickers again. Let's see. I think that's about it. We used to use these trays, but they take up a lot of space. You can see a lot of empty space there. So we've actually revised how we did that part to help with that. But it's really convenient to travel with these, because these are like little felt covered individual things. They stack on top of each other, and you can have it in like a pretty convenient case for that. But this is, again, the DC show. We only had one table. Yeah. And then we also had a QR code and business cards. Crap, come on now. Stop it. There we go. There. So we had a little QR code in the corner, and then business cards if you wanted to see our link tree. As far as organizing pins, we used to, so each of these trays had a letter designator, and then they also had a number for each slot, because we were trying to keep that part organized. And then this right here is actually where you would test out, you know, just the pin itself. And then we had Purell too, because this was, you know, it was actually a really convenient thing. Believe it or not, lots of people came by and used it. But yeah. I pretty much bring everything and then take directions from Abby as far as design, and then we kind of work together on the display part of how we want it to look. So this is essentially what it would look like if you're standing over it and then looking down at the table. Yeah. Yep. And then I had a little magnifying glass. But yeah, I think it really depends on how you want to set yours up, really. But that's basically what I did, what we did, rather. Let's see. You like the shirts? Hey, yeah, they're pretty fun. Mike Mass. I don't know if I've seen. Oh wait, what's his? I guess social media handle. Because I'm pretty sure Ruben and Tony from Feed Your Creativity, they do live as well as videos during shows, and they're also one of the ones that runs the Orlando show between them and Joe. They run the Orlando show. Let's see. Brian, you know Jonathan, huh? Right on, right on. But yeah. A couple things that I would also mention is lighting is really important, and battery banks are really important. Those are kind of things that you don't really think about, or you might not think about, but those are very important because sometimes the lighting in the ballrooms aren't great. So you're going to want that to help show off the pins. And then our display last year, I don't know why I don't have any pictures of it, but our display from last year, actually I can just do it the other way. I don't know why I didn't think of that before. Instagram search Maverick dot pins. Boom. Here we go. So here is another display that we've kind of enhanced some of the things. That's showing the color shifting aspect of those pens. And then orange was another theme that we kind of ran with. Stamps were pretty fun and cool. Yeah. So our lights are right here. We used to have clamp lights, but these seem to be a little better, and they didn't eat up the battery as fast. But this is also the we 3D printed these, the racks. Yeah. So the racks that I use out here too are the same ones, just adjusted in length. So when I'm working on my pins, I have them all on something like this. That way I can move around a little easier. Let's see, pin sleeves as well, right here. Sorry, right there. Crap. There. You can kind of see our pin sleeves at the top. So for our regular fountain pens that we sell, you can choose the color of pin sleeve that you get, and then for our stratified, we have a special rickshaw sleeve that we made for the stratified specifically. So that is a whole package deal when you do the stratified. But yeah, and then we did actually change one of the runners. But yeah, y'all probably remember those, huh? So these, those are the ebonite and stabilized wood fountain pens. I'll stop it here in a sec. No, there we go. There's like the tail end of it, but and then it has the copper accent ring. But yeah, and then we started carrying Kakamori's because we were making nib holders too. Let's see. You think any of them would be good for your... Oh yeah, seeing any of them would be good for seeing different table setups. Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah. I mean, we looked into it a little bit, but we didn't spend a lot of time looking at other people's setup. We just kind of imagined like what do we want to see if we were coming up to that. So I just kind of put myself in their position type of thing. And then yeah, kind of went from there. And then over the years, you know, show after show after show, you're gonna change your setup slightly. It's not going to be the same every single time. You're just going to modify it here and there. You're like, oh man, that would have been great to do, or I should have done this differently, or you know, stuff like that. Oh, there you go. This is how Abby went to the California Pin Show. She took her her rolls, her little sleeves, all rickshaw bags, and then these are she got 6 little leather bags that hold all of the pins for traveling, and those were in her backpack, so they fit pretty well. Yeah, and those were the CA show pins that did pretty well. People liked that. Stratified, and then this is actually them before they were done. So this is them starting as the blanks, and then this is them when they're done. So really interesting to see that type of thing, I think, at least. Same thing for these. So these were cloud dancers that I made little reels on, and then this is after they're finished up, and then this is just kind of a close-up of what it looks like when they're all done. And then another one. Yeah, you can see the finials a little bit there. But yeah, and we've been in Pin World magazine. It's pretty cool. Keep an eye out. You might see us again. There's me over there. Anyway, there's a lot of things that you can do to kind of be a little bit different. You can kind of use a tiering sort of thing where you have like the closest to the customer would be the lowest part, and then it would kind of elevate, but you want it tilted towards the customer. So it's it's a lot of like visualization, imagination, and then bringing all those things to life, and then adjusting from there to make it the display that you want it to be. I've seen some pretty cool ones where people incorporate like different wood displays that is pretty neat. Excuse me. But yeah, going to a show. I definitely recommend going to a show. We did not go to a show before we actually did our first show, but we did put a decent amount of time and energy into making sure that our display looked how we wanted it to, and then we adjusted from there. We would always write notes, like during the show and post-show, of things that we wanted to add, things that we wanted to take away, things that were good, things that weren't good, and then just kind of redefining like the purpose of it, of what we wanted our display to look like, things like that. So to answer your question, pin works. I do have a lot of thoughts on it. It's just, how do you summarize things, that type of thing? I guess attend shows, take notes, and try to make it your own. Yeah. What is this? What is this? Oh, it's an asymmetrical. There we go. You get to travel. You don't get to travel. You live by watching videos. Right on. I've thought about live streaming from the show, but it's just kind of weird, I guess. It's kind of a weird feeling holding a camera up to somebody's table or face, and you also want to be like respectful of people's privacy. Most people don't care if you record them, but it would be nice to always ask, and that would be just exhausting thinking about that. And I go and talk to a lot of people. I leave Abby at the table pretty often because I'm just going around and talking to all different kinds of people, both vendors and enthusiasts, because essentially my job is already done. I'll obviously help with selling, packaging, writing down the name of the pin, the name of the plank, and all that stuff, but that really is more of an Abby thing, and she does a great job at that. So if you've been to my table before at any other show, you might have noticed that I wasn't there. And it's probably because I was wandering around if I was at the show. I haven't been to a Cali show, so I just wasn't there, period. But it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Pretty sure Leopard Leatherwork also organized a like a diamond art trip, like a retreat kind of thing. Pretty sure. At least they were some part of it. But it's always fun. You know, you go to a show and it's kind of like a reunion every time because you haven't seen or talked to those people in a long time, but you just kind of pick up right where you left off, and it's so fascinating. Like I can do that with, you know, any of my buddies. Really, is you kind of pick up where you left off. Hey, how's it going? What you been up to since the last time we chatted? And, you know, you just kind of continue from there. There's not really anything else to do other than talk about the now, and then you just kind of keep moving forward, which is pretty fun. Pinworks, are you there? Yes. The one on the right. Yeah. The other one's tail is really coiled. Really tight coiled. But yeah. I mean, it's just one of those things where you just find your people, you know? You find your people, and pin enthusiasts are just interesting people, and they have that in common, and that's what you just talk about. You don't really need to talk about anybody's beliefs. You don't really need to talk about any. It's just, I think about it as a nice way to talk to, just get to know people. I mean, obviously there are opinions of different companies or brands or whatever, but you're not talking about people's political affiliations or religions or anything like that. It's just not really. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't really matter when it comes to talking to people about fountain pens and what they like, what they travel with, what they kind of stationery that they've enjoyed, what recent acquisitions they've gotten, and new designs that they're looking forward to, and different modifications that they would make if they could, or those types of things. I really like it. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, if you haven't been to a pin show, I'd recommend seeing when the next one is, and then try to get to one of them, because they do happen from East Coast to West Coast. And then there's some in Texas, or at least one in Texas, one in New York. There's even a stationery show in New York, I believe. One in London. There's one in Japan. There's one in. There's probably other countries I can't think about or can't think of, but as far as the states go, there's one in Raleigh. There's one in Florida. There's two in Florida, actually. One in Miami and the other one's in Orlando. And then there's two in California that I know of. And maybe even another stationary thing that they're working on in California. One, there's Portland. There's James, where you at, man? Where are the other ones? They're just all over the place. And a VC. I had to step out for a minute. No worries, man. No worries. I'm just giving you a hard time. I was just trying to list off all the shows I could think of. Yeah. How many fountain pens did you make before you felt comfortable with doing the whole process? That's a good question. My first one The first one I made probably took me a grand total of like 15 hours. The first one I ever made, because I would get pieces going, or I would have one piece that I was working on, and then I would try to do it and get it set up on the next one, or married up to the next piece, and like I don't really think about of it as how many did I make, as much as I think about how long did each one take me until I got it down to a consistent speed, if that makes sense. So like my first fountain pen that I was making took me, like when I actually had the plan and I knew generally what I was doing, that took me quite a long time. And a lot of mistakes too, by the way, because quite a few of mine didn't actually work out. But maybe I should make a video on some of my previous iterations of fountain pens, or pens in general, and then from then to now. That'd be kind of interesting, wouldn't it? But I would say around 50. If to answer your question, I would say around 50 is how many I made before I ever tried to sell any or show any or anything like that. And it's not like I didn't line up all of them and then just crank them out. I made them one at a time, very slow and deliberate, because I was trying to set myself up to do it right the first time, every time. And to get the sequence correct, and to get the, just to be able to do everything how I wanted it to be done, it took a lot of iterations and it took a lot of repetitions. But yeah, I'd say probably around 50. And then I scrapped quite a few of them. Also, the resources available were not quite as available as they were before, so I had to do a lot of trial and error to get progress. And so that was something that I was thinking about. I saw RJB. That was like the only video that was around when I saw it, and he learned from Jim Hines, and that's apparently how quite a few makers actually got into it. But they also reached out and learned from other makers, where I guess I'm just more stubborn and I didn't want to ask people. So I took the very scenic route, but I guess at that point in time I had a lot of time, because my work was contracting, which I would be gone essentially half the year. Like over the course of a year, I would be gone about 6 months out of the year. And so when I came home in between rotations, I just had to do something. And I was in the Guard at the time, and that was only a weekend, 1 weekend a month. So that's when I started learning about turning, and it's like, oh, let's make some bowls and make some of this and that. A lot of people start with kit pins, and I just started out with bowls and made my way towards pins. And kit pins are fine and everything. Um, I just like the idea of being able to modify it in a way. And it's kind of funny because I didn't know that fountain pen shows were a thing. Like, I didn't know at all that there was a fountain pen show until about 2 years after I was making them. And the first time I listed on Etsy, um, somebody bought like 4 of my pins, and I was like, "What? No way!" Somebody bought 4 of them at once, and I was like, "Oh crap! I'm nervous now. What are they going to think of my pins?" So, did I do it right? I don't know, because I never had a maker's pen in my hand, and I'd never been to a show, so I was like, "Well, it works. It feels fine. Everything functions how it's supposed to. I guess that's good enough." But yeah, somebody bought 4 of them, and I was like, I was thrilled. And then that was kind of like the proof of concept, I guess, that we could do something with that. And then afterwards, um, I guess around now time, July time frame, I think is when Joe, the person that runs the Orlando Pin Show, he reached out to us for the first year that he was starting up the pin show, and we're like, it's too early or too late notice type of thing, where we didn't have the inventory, we didn't have the resources to be able to travel um, to do a show in Orlando, and so we didn't do the first annual show that was in Orlando, but we did plan to do it the following year. And so that's when we learned about shows. That's when we started doing the shows and really got into that. But all during this, I was doing my contracting, uh, and then I made some pins or some diamond painting pins for my mom, and then we started offering them to other people because, relatively speaking, diamond painting pins aren't that complicated to make. Um, at a decent volume, right? But when you think about fountain pens, they're significantly harder to make at a volume, um, at a substantial volume. So when we first got into like actually turning this into a business, um, My goodness. Jeez Louise. Where was I? Thanks for letting me know. I don't know why that keeps happening. How annoying. Yeah, okay. Where did I fall off? Just telling everything. Yeah. Why my audio is being all annoying. Probably need to look at another setup. That will be one of the things I do today. Dang it. So that's one here. And then this will be another one. Audio, mic for workshop. There. Sorry about that. I hope everything's back, ready for some more action. But yeah, I don't know where the audio cut out, what I was talking about. If anybody could remind me. Sorry. And I don't know if it's the battery or if it's like the USB that I have to connect it to, because my computer doesn't have any, it doesn't have a wireless connection for Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, because I was cheap and got the cheapest motherboard I could when I built the computer. And that's usually where it is, if you don't know. It's usually on the motherboard that you do that type of thing. Oh man. That's a bummer. That was a while ago, huh? Let's see. So I started making pins for my mom because she was doing diamond art, and then from there I was like, I could probably make those. Then I spent time to try and make them, and then I finally was able to optimize how we make them, the process. So that's my wheelhouse. Making things as efficient as I can for what we do. So I come up with the processes, I come up with the actual thing or the modification or whatever it is, and then I kind of make or build up a process to try and maximize efficiency, and then that is kind of my area that I focus on, as well as different iterations modifications, innovations, that type of stuff. So that is one of my roles as far as the business dynamic that Abby and I have, and it's on her to do the finish and selling part, and also the customer service part, which is understated. You want to have a good business, you need good customer service. And it's always Abby, because I don't really do any of that. I've been told that my bedside manner is not the friendliest. So that's more of a medical reference, I suppose, but like your nurse, like a nurse or a tech or something that's getting your vitals. I've been told that my bedside manner is not the nicest. But, you know, it's also why we have different stuff. Does adding more RAM still fix things? I couldn't tell you, actually. I think I've only got 16 gig RAM on this, but it's pretty old. Like, that computer is like 15 years old or more. Shoot, maybe even 17. And it's traveled. It's traveled from New Mexico. Yeah, I built it when I was in New Mexico. It's also when I built Abby's. And then, yeah. But adding more RAM, so the way it was explained to me, I'm not super tech savvy, but I can hold my own in a conversation, I suppose. But when it comes to RAM, which is random access memory, I think about that as like multitasking. Yeah, that's really just multitasking. If you think about what the RAM is able to do, it's processing power as well as the different tasks that can be handled at one time. And that's also like the CPU. So RAM is, from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but it is like the ability for it to like access different things concurrently. And you also have the CPU, which is also a factor in that. The GPU, or the graphics processing unit, isn't as important because I'm not editing videos or anything like that. But if I was, the graphics card would be even more valuable, more important and stuff. So this, for example, if I was to edit a video and then export it for YouTube, it would take about an hour for this graphics card to do that. And then for my other computer that I have, this one has a 1050 Ti graphics card, which, if you're familiar with the NVIDIA, it's got a lot of different tiers. But the gaming graphics cards are the 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 series. And so it's like, this is a 1050, so it was an average one at the time. The one that I have inside that I do game on and do other things in my other video editing, that one has a, I think a 5070 maybe, which is substantially better. and it also has onboard solid state that helps with the RAM part. And on a relatively short video, like a 10-minute video, it would take this probably an hour to process, whereas my other one, it takes like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So, pretty big difference there. You're going to lie down for a while? All right, right on, Lawrence. Good to see you, man. Good to chat with you. I hope you feel well, or feel better. Have a wonderful rest of your day. But yeah, RAM can help if you're doing like multitasking stuff. But I only have an internet browser open with the YouTubes, as well as OBS, which is the Open Broadcast System, I think is what it is. It's just how I run the streams. You just connect those two things. You connect to your YouTube account, and then you have a stream key for every video, or not for your lives, I mean. And then when you're uploading video, you don't need a stream key or anything. Jeez Louise. I did take a Claritin, man. It is not kicking in yet, though. But yeah, it's a combination of your CPU, graphics card, and RAM. And the hard drive, I suppose, because you need your hard drive to access things that you're downloading and stuff. And then your RAM is able to sort through your hard drive to find what it is that you're like searching for. So if you went to like Windows and then My Computer, and then you type in a file name that you know is somewhere on your computer, it has to find that file in there. And so it's just scanning everything. Yeah. I used to do the stream from a laptop, but I'm pretty sure it was a little too demanding, and my laptop doesn't have enough power. And that's the other thing too that's important and often overlooked when it comes to computers is what kind of power does it have? And you look at like your laptop, I think it's like a 150 wattage is the capacity it's able to do. But you get to some of these more robust built-up computers, then you have like 1,000 wattage. And what that does is it makes it so you can power all these different things. I mean, if you think about it, kind of like a battery, it just has that power available. And if it can't conduct a certain amount of current through that power or where it's coming from, then it won't be able to run everything in an optimal way. So that's why on your computer you have like power save mode, or you can even prioritize graphics or prioritize this or that. And then it just kind of distributes the power to optimize what it needs to do to fulfill what you told it to do. And that's another one of the interesting things about solid state hard drives, is that it reduces the amount of power needed to do stuff, which frees up power for like the graphics card. Or the cooling fans too. Those are also powered by the same thing that powers everything else in your computer. It's just distributed across the motherboard. The different things that you plug in all connect to the motherboard, and that's what controls everything. But probably a lot more about that than you wanted to know. One of my things is I just get interested in all kinds of stuff, and then I'll spend a long time learning about it. I'll learn enough, and then I'll be done with it. Excuse me. Sorry. But yes. If you happen to watch back some of the other stuff from the beginning of this stream, I talked a little bit about leather stuff. And no, I don't plan on getting into leather working necessarily, but it would be nice to know a little something about it. And I think there's an interesting thing to be said about when you learn about something like that, is that it gives you a different perspective of appreciation of how it was done, and then what it actually took for that person to craft that sort of thing. So it's like, well, it's a piece of leather, and then you stitch it together with some rubber cement, and then you just follow a pattern. Yes, I suppose you could do that. But when it comes to like designing something, creating a template for it, and then repeating it over and over again, those things are pretty interesting, I think. But yeah. Like, I have a metal lathe, and it's capable of threading. It's capable of threading, key word there. I haven't spent any time learning how to thread on a manual metal lathe. And I'm not ruling it out entirely. I just don't really have a need to do it. And it really hasn't been an interest of mine to try and do it. So those things kind of combined. But could I do it? Probably. There's enough YouTube videos out there that would probably teach you how to do it. But again, it would just be to see if I could, I guess. Same thing for anything that I made with leather. It would be because I wanted to prototype something, and then make it. Which again is something that I thought about. When I was in the military, we had medical bags that I would take to the, they were called riggers, and they were people that were, they were our parachute packers, and then also our kit, like our body armor. They would do our body armor modifications. They would do our bags that they would fabricate our bags. We would give them like the parameter of what we wanted made or what we wanted capable of and size and stuff like that. And we would get those made. So we've got different designs that we've done for our field medicine type of stuff. But I'd probably take some of those things and apply it to a pocket. I guess I could call it a field notebook type of thing, where I would take it to shows and then be able to like design or get my ideas out onto paper or a pen or something like that. But I usually have a notebook around. I always like to have something to write on. That way when the spark comes, you can write. You can write it down quickly. So these are just two different notebooks that I've got. This one is completely empty, and then this one is completely full. And then I usually have a ruler in here. So I've got my little card ruler that usually stays in here too. That way it just stays in there, and then I can draft ideas or get measurements of different things. Yeah, some of the ideas are bad. But, you know, important to have them. I think. Probably more important to review them, because that is something that I don't often do. I don't usually review my notes. I just take them. But every once in a while I'll go back and look at my notebooks and then see if any of those things I want to incorporate or or something like that. Same thing with different ideas. When it comes to like turning something like this. So like this, for example, is a acrylic diamond painting pin. I drilled all the way through, modified it to be something else entirely. Went from a diamond painting pin, repurposed it to be a pencil. But I didn't know exactly how or what I was going to do with that, and so I just put it aside with the drill bit and the components that I was previously working on. And then once I figure out something that I like, I'll then kind of have little guidelines of instructions on what it was that I was doing. But yeah, so there's just a couple different things that I was working on. You just see a bunch of drill bits really, but I mean that's all it really is. Like this is just a different pin idea right there. And things that I bring closer to completion, I'll have it in my little prototype bag that's inside. But things that I'm trying out, I take notes while I'm doing it, and then kind of go from there. But yeah, I think on the other hand, I've been kind of secretive about the ideas, but not really for any other purpose other than I haven't finished the idea entirely. So that's why it just doesn't really see the light of day, I guess. Whereas diamond painting pins, I've been doing these for quite a while and have everything pretty much ironed out what I'm doing. But on the other hand, I have done different modifications on diamond painting pins that was pretty well received, and it wasn't anything crazy. It was just connecting I bought there we go. So I bought a bunch of stabilized blanks. If you remember back a few months ago, I guess probably closer to 6 months ago, long time ago. Anyway, I made these. So this is stabilized, and I knew that these were going to be really short, but I bought them anyway. They're about 2.5, 3 inches or so is kind of the range that they were, but that's fine. And then what I ended up doing is taking some of the little pieces of scrap that I had that were about 1.5 inches or so, and I basically just cut them. I cut a little spot or down, and then I'm showing you this one because the other ones are gone. This one just happened to be one of the ones I messed up and kept to the side. But yeah, this should have another side that goes in, and it would make it that long. And then these would become diamond painting pins. So just another, I guess, way to use other pieces and incorporating it into what you already do. Those same stabilized pieces, by the way, are also what I made the ebonite sleeved fountain pens out of that were in that California show. So it's really neat, the different things that you start and then you put to the side and then you eventually come back to once you learn a little bit more about something else. Or the different ideas that you come up with while you're like working on something, which is, I don't know about y'all, but my brain is constantly going. I'm constantly thinking about things to do. Like I said, I don't like not doing stuff. So that idea actually came from a dowel rod. I was thinking about a dowel rod for a different thing, and then I was like, huh, you know what I could do with all those little cutoffs that I have? And then that's kind of how all that came about. And then I just set up for a whole bunch of them and made them. And it was something that people hadn't really seen before, which is also really cool. Pretty good thing to do, and also a good way to gain some traction if you're not as well known, is doing something that already exists, but putting your own flair or creative take on it. And another thing that idea fulfilled was giving my dad something to do when he was still learning how to do some of the other stuff that he now does. And my dad comes over once a week, hangs out in the shop, and we do some work. That's why I don't ever stream on Mondays, because that's the day he comes over. But yeah, I've got a lot of projects that are just like partially done because I don't know what direction I want to take it next. Or blanks that I have that don't really have a specific project yet. Like the surfite and the bodite, that stuff. I mean, you saw it on the anniversary pin, but other than that, I used it on my daughter's pin, and then Abby wanted it too. She's like, "Oh man, that's so cool. I'd probably keep it for myself if it wasn't for her." And so that was kind of the inspiration behind doing that, and then modifying it a little bit. So sneezy. Let's see. Yes. There's a lot of really interesting things that you can do. Do I have one over there? Might. Let's see, maybe right shell.
Oh, bummer, man.
I guess they're not there anymore. They might have gotten finished and sold. Pin work, I don't know if you're still there, but another thing that I was doing is working on another design and working on the execution of it. And so I kept making a similar thing over and over and over again until I ironed out how I wanted to do it. So these are all my bastions. So it's got a long cap, a relatively short body, and then the cap or the barrel posts pretty deep inside the cap, and the section's just slightly shorter. So the inspiration of this was the Cavecos. I really like the Cavecos. But yeah, so this is where the nib would be. And I actually have another one that I made multiple times too. That is a similar version, but I made it with a Joe 05 nib in mind. So this is the Joe 06 with the full-size converter. And then this is the Joe 05 with the much smaller converter. Yeah. So the overall concept is the same. It's just this is fit for the Joe number 6, the full converter, and this is for a Joe 05 and a tiny converter. So to see the difference here, this get the converter. So the pin was built around that idea, really. So on the left over here is a Joe 05, and this is a Joe 06. You can see that it's quite a bit different in size, and then the section itself too is also quite a bit shorter. This one is 15 millimeters long, and this is 20 millimeters long. And then obviously to facilitate that, the barrel needs to be longer, right, on the one than the other. And so this is what it ended up being like. And then so it sits about right there, and I actually didn't do a very good job making this fit how it's supposed to on the inside, but you know, I made a mistake. That's all right. This is my personal one. And then this is the other. I mean, obviously the size difference is pretty substantial, but I wanted to make a pocket pen, and so that is what I came up with there. And then there's a decent amount of overlap too. It's probably about a ½ inch overlap. So that's there. This is where it's sitting inside the pin, or when the pin's capped on it. So there's not a lot of space up top. And then you can see some of these other ones. They're thicker. The end is a little, some are thicker, some are There we go. So these are basically two different ways I was doing it. So it's essentially the same. Where it's different is here, where it's actually catching inside all the way back here because of how narrow this is. And you can kind of see a mark right here where it's posting. So it's not touching anywhere else except up there. So you can kind of move this around and it's not touching the threads or anything. But this one, on the other hand, won't go as deep because it doesn't go as far inside. You can see that this pin goes a little bit further into the cap than this one does. Right on, pin works. But yeah, so those are just different iterations I was working on, trying to iron out the way I was going to do it. Then I made a few of them. Right on, right on. Have a good day, Brian. Yeah. Anywho, those are the different things that I was working on. And I wouldn't have made the full size if somebody didn't ask me to. That would have just been a 15 pocket pin. Or not a it would have just been a M12, which is what it is. It's a 12. But these are my first two. These are my first two attempts at it. So I broke the section on that one, and it's even a little bit offset. But it did fit and work how I wanted it to. But I broke the section. And then I wanted to make the cap a little shorter and the body a little bit longer. So I'm working on that. That one also doesn't have a section because it broke off inside the barrel because it's really thin. So not good for durability. But yeah, that is that. But I have a whole tray that's set up for this particular pen. I've got different drill bits and specific drill bits that I use, specific taps that I use. And it's different than the ones that are used for this. But yeah, having a full set of drill bits that aren't allocated anywhere else is pretty convenient, I would say. I've got the lettered, numbered, and fraction drill bit set that I keep on hand so I can figure out what sizes I need for the different taps, the different pieces that I'm going to put together, and that helps a lot when it comes to making them. But the other thing about it too is putting those drill bits back in, because I've bought many sets of drill bits, but that particular set always goes back. That particular set always goes back, and that's so I can determine what size I need, and then I will buy a set of drill bits, and then it will be in that little project container that I do. that is how I go about designing and then iterating and setting a relative standard for what it is that I do. I've also thought pretty recently about having multiple collets. That way I don't have to swap them out. Because, I mean, if you spend, I don't know how much your time is worth, but if you think about it, the amount of time it takes for you to change the collet the mandrels out of your collet, rather, it adds up over time, right? And when you're working on trying to be efficient, you're thinking about, it takes me like 30 seconds. Oh my goodness, so sorry. Excuse me. It takes like 30 seconds to change that, 30 seconds to a minute or so. Whereas you could just pop it out, put a new one in, instead of having to unscrew it every time. So that's why I started thinking maybe I should just get more collets for that very purpose. Like, I've already done that type of thing with the dies and the die holders. So these two are my standard that I pretty much use for all my fountain pens. This is the M15, and they all have, their own thing. But I also have other sizes that I use that are already in place or able to be put on to another one. So here's a couple more. But yeah. And it just makes it more efficient, I would say. And I don't really think that it's necessary for everybody to do that, but if you are making some volume of things, you'll try to find different ways to be as efficient as possible without spending a lot of money or things like that. But the die holder, I'm pretty sure, was only like 50 bucks, and it holds a big variety of them. And then the collet that I use is actually kind of expensive, like 100 bucks. But this one, I'm pretty sure, was like 50, and this one just goes into the headstock because it's got a Morse taper too, and it doesn't screw on. But my biggest struggle, I've kind of recognized after too long, really, is that where'd that other box go? It just takes a while sometimes. Huh, is that worth doing? Or is it worth 100 bucks to not have to do that anymore? Or 50 bucks. Because for that particular collet thing that I was talking about, having, so I would have 3, Abby would have 3, and then we would just swap it out depending on the part that we're doing or working on. And so it's a really, just kind of ask yourself, is that what you do? Is that worth the $100 or $120 to buy 3 more so we don't have to change them anymore? These are types of things that you just think about. So yeah, it kind of probably seems silly to have that many, but that's why it's not necessarily for everybody, that particular device, I guess, or that setup. Anyway, just thinking about that type of thing is what some of my work is trial and error and working on identifying efficiencies. Like, another thing that's kind of funny is the coil travel. So the tailstock, when you rotate the tailstock handle on a wood lathe, it travels more per rotation because the threads are coarser. Whereas the metal lathe, you have to crank a lot more in order to get the same amount of travel. And the reason I bother thinking about that is because, one, how fast do I drill? And two, is that a way for me to actually drill faster? Or is that just something that doesn't really matter? So I do most of my drilling on the metal lathe, and every rotation moves it a little bit, but when it comes to the wood lathe, it moves more. The travel per rotation is more. So when you're trying to drill faster, the travel on this would be more impactful each rotation, so efficiency would be better. But on the other hand, it puts a lot more stress on all the different pieces that you're drilling. So there's a trade-off. There's always a trade-off. One of the other things that's kind of interesting is if you're trying to do the same part over and over again, what you can find is that you're so fast or so efficient, we'll say, that your drill bit doesn't ever really cool down. And so that can lead to a completely different problem. If you want your drill bits to cool down, you don't want to keep them hot. So if I was cranking out a whole bunch of the same part, it would be beneficial to rotate drill bits if you're setting yourself up for a decent amount. This, I guess, similar concept applies to pin kits too. So if you have like a 7mm drill bit and you're drilling like 20 blanks or 50 blanks or however many you're going to do, then you probably want to have a couple drill bits of the same size to kind of cycle through, because you need a little bit of time in between for the drill bits to cool off. So just something to think about, because resin doesn't like heat, and for the most part, wood doesn't either. Because if the wood is also not stabilized, it's got moisture inside, and if the drill bit's hot and still heating up as you're drilling into it, it's going to increase that heat, causing the moisture to start heating up, evaporating, and then that can cause a lot of stress on the wood that can lead to the blank cracking, which is not good. So again, just different things and efficiencies that I think about. Yeah.
All kinds of cool stuff.
And obviously you don't need to do those things. It's just if you're doing something like kind of quick or repeatedly, you just kind of you want to be mindful of things that can lead to other problems. And I guess that's really, through trial and error, but being here, you can learn from some of the mistakes that I've made previously and, not make them, and start start making different ones, I suppose. Which is funny. Also good. Because I could teach you step by step on how to do something, but the reality is you still have to do it, and the likelihood of you encountering different problems is pretty high. But I think that's one of the interesting things about it too, is like this. It's one of the joys of turning for me is just adapting and overcoming repeatedly. That's why one of my favorite movies is The Martian. I don't know if you've seen The Martian, but it's got Matt Damon, not Mark Wahlberg, Matt Damon in it, and he's in space, going to Mars, and it's just a movie. I'd recommend it. Highly recommend it. If I could only watch one movie for the rest of my life, it would probably be that. And if you're not into movies, you'd rather read a book, it's also a book. And the movie and the book are very, very similar. Really good. Headed home. Hey, right on, Brian. I hope you had a good day at work and safe traveling home. Don't drive crazy now. Yeah, it's a good book, The Martian. I listened to it.
And then I'm pretty sure Project Hail Mary is also written by Andy Ware. Andy Ware. No, I want to make sure. Yes. Andy Ware. First published novel was The Martian. Wow. That's cool. Anyway, there you go. Here's Andy Ware. He wrote The Martian. He also wrote the book Project Hail Mary. And I'm pretty sure Artemis, and that's another one that they're talking about making into a movie, I'm pretty sure. So 2 of his books have been turned into movies. Project Hail Mary is the newer one. It's got Ryan Gosling in it. Which I really enjoyed that movie too. It's a little slower, but it's like intense at the same time. It's like, come on, what's gonna happen? You can do it. I don't know. I kind of like movies where the character that is the main character, you want them to succeed. You want them to you want them just to continue forward. And those are really cool to me. And if that was the last movie, I was on a deserted island. That's what it was. That's what I would want. Because I find those things also relatable in a lot of things, in a lot of ways. There's resilience. But I also really like horror movies. The horror movies are probably my favorite. I went to go see Backrooms, which was really interesting. I recently watched Obsessed, and what those 2 movies really show, in my opinion, is that good storytelling doesn't require a massive budget, and also there are so many good actors and actresses that are out there that are very capable. The lead actress in the movie Obsessed was a streamer. She was I'm pretty sure she was a Twitch streamer that that's what she did after the movie or while it was being edited or something like that. But she was a streamer, and you're like, wow, that's really neat. Because they do all the acting, and people just don't really factor in how much time goes into the whole editing of the movie part. They're just like, oh, the movie's done being filmed. Okay, why can't I see it yet? But there's the whole other part of it. Is got to find the right pacing. Got to put everything into the whole storytelling aspect of it, and putting different scenes, and when you watch a movie, you're like, man, that's good pace. It didn't stick on that thing forever. One of the problems I have with some sci-fi movies is like, how did we get to this point? Why don't they ever say how we got to this point. It's like, oh, well, now we're in a zombie apocalypse. I'm like, well, I want to know more about how we got to the zombie apocalypse. Like in The Walking Dead. It doesn't really talk too much about that. They're like, oh, everybody's zombies. Do your best to survive. But how? Where did they come from? Or what happened? You know what I mean? I enjoyed The Walking Dead, to be honest. I enjoyed it, but I do still like to know how those things happened and stuff. What's another one? Forgot. Oh, 28 years later. So the 28 days later, 28 weeks later, and then the 28 years later, they did a part, I don't know if it's a part 2 or just a different perspective of the guy that was in the bone castle thing. But that was also pretty interesting. I really enjoyed that. Not like it was a fantastic movie, but really interesting idea, concepts, and the way that it was applied. All very enjoyable. But again, how did it happen? You saw Fear the Walking Dead? I was going to explain that, but yeah, Fear the Walking Dead, you can tell that those were not the best actors and actresses. Not to mention her son, the greasy haired dude, man, he was obnoxious. Made me mad. That one was like, why would you do that? Idiot. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're like, oh, we're going to talk about it. Nah, just kidding. But yeah, I watched most of that show. I really like that black actor. I can't remember his name in the show or in real life, but the guy that had the boat, the yacht, I really liked. He was also in The Running Man, I'm pretty sure. He's been in quite a few things recently. The new Running Man, not the older one. And then, totally off course here, but The Queen's Gambit. Oh man, what a cool show. The Queen's Gambit, it's a chess show, but they make chess interesting. If you're not interested in chess, that's fine. I'm not a fan of watching football, but I like the movie Remember the Titans. So. I'm not a big fan of boxing, but I like the Rockies and the Rocky movies and Creeds. I like the Creeds as well. But yeah, I don't view them the same. I also like Gridiron Gang, The Longest Yard. I thought those were good movies too. But again, I don't really watch football. I just like watching people put in their best effort in things and then succeeding. Kind of weird. told that to Abby, that I enjoy watching people overcome things that they feared or things that they were like either uncomfortable or incapable of previously, and then being able to do it. That type of stuff really makes me feel good inside. Like even the Saw contenders, you know, like the Saw movies. I'm cheered for him. I'm like, come on, you can do it! You can do it! And then one of those Saw movies, it was the girl that was in charge of the traps, you know, I guess to teach the people a lesson type of thing or value their life. And she made them impossible. So even if the person did it, she made them unwinnable. Whereas Jigsaw, he made them winnable if you did that correctly. So it's also pretty interesting. A different take on it. So there's another time that I encountered. So I mentioned it before, but I play World of Warcraft because I'm a nerd and I like it. And I have a team that I raid with. Raiding is like you have 20 people and you're trying to down a particular boss to get good loot. So that's essentially what it is. The whole objective of the game is to play with people, do the mechanics of the fight or the battle, and win, get good loot, and power up your character. Right? So that's essentially what it is. But I really enjoy doing it, even though I don't really get anything anymore from it. The team that I'm on is still working on the difficulty level of heroic. Well, actually, we just did that. We just finished heroic like last week. But I was already doing mythic, which is the hardest level available and also gives you the best rewards for being able to accomplish it. But when you're in a Discord with a whole bunch of people trying to accomplish that goal, some people are so excited. They get so excited, and hearing them like fail over and over again, and you start getting mad, frustrated, annoyed, and I'm like, what am I doing wrong, or what can we do better, or this boss is ridiculous, or something. But then y'all beat it. You know, your team overcomes that challenge, and then everybody's just like, woohoo, real happy about it. And then the following week we just do it again. But the joy that brings to so many people is, I would say, infectious of sorts, because it's just really fun to get people to the next level that they haven't been before. And I'm definitely not the best player by any means, but I do much harder content than the majority of people that I do other stuff with. And it's, you know, I probably consider myself a gamer. I put a lot of time and effort into it. Because it's one of the things that I enjoy. So, watching people overcome that challenge is very satisfying. Especially when you've built like rapport with them and spent a decent amount of time with them, seeing them overcome challenges. And that's probably why I enjoyed teaching as much as I did. And Abby's like, oh, you just like watching people fail. And the answer to that is no. I like watching people overcome their failures. Or improve what they've done. So like improving, that's one of the things that I think is really cool. It's one of those things that I also value in someone, is their pursuit of improvement. They don't have to be perfect, but I do like being around people that are putting in effort to improve. So because that's kind of what I do and try to do all the time. You just try to improve. Hey. What time is it? Oh, I'll wrap up stream.
Well, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to come out there. I'm going to work several hours.
7 hours?
Do you want to go ahead and take that low?
You can. And then in like an hour or 30 minutes, I guess, I'll fire up the grill. Okay, that'll be good. 30 minutes. Oh yeah, and a steak, green beans. Oh yes. I do tend to enjoy watching movies more than I do shows, because I like the story being finished in a reasonable time. But I do like other shows too. I like Game of Thrones. That's good. I haven't watched any of the spin-offs. Oh, Brian, I reposted one of your Instagram stories of you making the best bushings. It's like, yeah. I reposted it on Instagram. I don't know what that actually did, if anything, but I don't know what the reposting thing does. But I did it. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Currently, we're watching the show called From.
Yep.
It's pretty good. But shows, man. Shows. It's so funny because Abby prefers shows over movies, but I prefer movies over shows. And then you start thinking about the time. You're like, would you like to watch an hour and a half, 2 hour long movie? No, I don't want to watch that much TV. But if you're like, you want to watch like 10 episodes of this show? Like, yeah. So, no, I won't watch 2 hours of movie, but I will watch 7 hours of TV show. Like, what the heck, man? I'm exaggerating, of course, but I know that there are people like that. Like, want to watch a movie? Nah. Want to watch a show? Yes. Minis are my favorite to turn. These are minis. They're about 3 inches, 3.5 inches. Actually, these are 4. These are 4 inches. Micros are 3.5. 3 inches. Just everything turns so much nicer. Yes. But yes, I reckon that'll be the last one for the stream. Yeah, because it's also a shape one. But yeah, wrap it up right quick. We'll be getting ready for dinner here in a little bit. Start the grill and grill some steaks. Yes, that'll be good. That'll be good. I got a couple things I'm going to end up doing. I'm going to take a look at the wing song, and then I'm going to take a look at my mic, see if that's something that I can take a look at and fix. And then maybe even cancel out Morty some more. It's quite a bit louder here than it is on stream, but still, it's how can I make it even quieter? I'm not sure. But yeah, I appreciate you hanging out and watching. It's been a good time. Definitely covered a lot of topics today, that's for sure. Yeah, appreciate you hanging out, and I will see you next time. Have a good evening.